Yes, please. How do you pronounce the first name? Daisha. State versus Daisha Lacey, bench trial.
Steve, is there a juvenile witness?
Yes.
Okay. That one you can't do.
We've talked about that.
Okay. I think that's the only category, I think. Is there anyone else that needs prohibited?
So we're playing the crime scene video, and then we'll have photos of the decedent. So we've kind of discussed that with him when those would be, so that he doesn't show that either.
Okay. In my understanding, the passes, you don't show those anyway. So, FCC? Or FCC or just station policy?
Station policy.
Okay.
If there is a photo of the child that is not graphic in nature, I'd leave that up to you or the court's discretion.
Unfortunately, we will not be using a live photo.
Okay.
Okay.
Deisha Lacey's here under 49D322301F1002-213. She's present in person by counsel Mr. Mansour, Ms. Benson Coy, State of Indiana by Ms. Park, Ms. Carpenter, third counsel Francos? No?
Miss Park.
Park? No.
Oh,
I did do Park.
this is the detective.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Jamie Davis.
You never know.
Yes.
Okay, so it's Carpenter and Park.
Yes.
All right, very good. We are set for bench trial today. Is the state ready to proceed?
We are.
State ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge.
Any administrative matters we need to take care of before we start, state?
We would designate Detective Jamie Davis as our assisting witness.
Otherwise, you can answer, you want separation of witnesses?
Yes, Judge.
Or grant separation of witnesses. Both parties are responsible for knowing who their witnesses are and making sure they're not present while other witnesses are testifying. Anything else administratively?
Just in terms of the juvenile witness, she will be 5 next week.
Okay.
So I know that's an age that the court generally likes to bring her in and do swearability yourself. So that's what we've advised the family. We're going to do some professional witnesses first, so she'll be later this morning.
Okay. Anything administrative from defense?
No, Judge.
Okay. You're all ready to begin?
Yes, Judge.
I would note that the witness stand will be as far to the end as possible so that the defendant actually can have a sight line. If for any reason, the defendant cannot see the witnesses, just let me know and we'll make the necessary adjustment. Okay? Opening statement, keeping in mind, state that if it's a bench trial, I have not read the probable cause affidavit, and so if I read it a year ago, it may have been the only time I did. So with that understanding, state, you may begin.
Thank you, Judge. On August 29th, 2022, paramedics and police responded to 2706 Burton Avenue in Marion County on the northwest side. Upon arrival, they found Alana Lacey, a 2-month-old baby girl. She was deceased on the couch. First responders noticed that she was stiff and cold, but they attempted life-saving measures regardless. Ultimately, Dr. Greg Ferris with Riley Hospital responded and declared Alana deceased. explaining that rigor was already setting in and that there was nothing that they could do to save her. Responding officer Brian Harvey contacted a child abuse detective, Detective Jamie Davis, and she responded to the scene. The scene was processed, and the surviving children that were in the home, a 3-year-old little girl and a 1-year-old little boy, were removed to stay with some family. Ultimately, an autopsy was completed of Alana, and Dr. Amanda Paul called both manner and cause of death undetermined. She will explain to the court today why undetermined cause of death is not uncommon in certain types of infant deaths, and she will explain how conflicting accounts of what happened simply cannot confirm medical finding beyond undetermined for the manner of death. From the time the first responding officers arrived to the time that the defendant was arrested for this offense, there have been multiple stories about what happened to Alana. There have been multiple timelines about what happened to Alana. In some versions, Daisha will say she was gone for no more than 15 minutes to collect laundry. In other stories, she says she had fallen asleep for an unknown amount of time. In some versions, Alana was laying normal on the couch, and in others, the 1 and the 3-year-old were the ones that put a pillow over her. In other versions of the story, the final version of the story that she tells the detective is that she just wanted Alana to stop crying, so she took Alana's face and put it into the couch cushions until she stopped crying and then went to sleep, knowing that that was dangerous for an infant. At the end of today's evidence, the state is confident that the judge will find that Daisha Lacey's negligence is criminal and it caused Alana's death. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the defense wish to make opening statement?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Judge, this is a case of an exhausted mother and an eager detective, not of neglect. The two questions the court must ask itself is, did Daisha knowingly place Alana in an unsafe sleep position, and by placing...
A little slow.
Sorry. And by placing Alana in that position, was Daisha aware of the high likelihood that Alana's life was in danger? The answer to both of these questions is no. Daisha Lacey had 3 kids under 3 in the home at the time. The youngest, Alana, was cranky, crying, and would not stop crying. Daisha tried everything to get her to stop crying, including putting her in the swing, giving her a bath, rubbing lotion on her, and even simply just begging her to stop crying. At this point in time, she has 2 other kids she needs to take care of, 3-year-old Grace and 1-year-old Julius. She does what exhausted mothers are supposed to do. She puts the baby on the couch and walks away. She takes care of her other 2 kids. She puts Julius to bed, and she puts Grace to bed with her. When Grace wakes up and Julius wakes up, she doesn't hear Alana, so she starts doing what she can while the baby's asleep, getting laundry together. And then when she does go in to check on Alana, she finds the mother's worst nightmare. She finds that her baby's deceased. You will hear the 911 call in this case, and in that case, you will hear a grief-stricken mother and a confused mother in between her wailing and asking for help. You will see that mother when the police arrive. When the coroner arrives, when DCS arrives, when the detective arrives, Daisha is cooperative. She tells them everything she can remember at that point in time. She even does reenactment for them 2 hours after she found her deceased baby. Later on in January, she gives a 3-hour statement to the detective, a detective who is doing her job but using manipulative tactics in order to get Daisha to confess to smothering her baby. But she doesn't do that. You can tell she's a mother who blames herself and who's grasping at straws, trying to find an answer as to what happened to her baby. She tells the detective she might have been high from an ecstasy pill that she took a couple days before. She tells the detective that she tapped the baby on the leg. She tells the detective that the other kids might have done something to her while they were playing in the front room. Eventually, the detective gets her to say, while she's crying on her shoulder, that the baby could have been smothered on the couch. You will also see the medical evidence in this case. The pathologist, despite all of the information that she was given by the detective and the family in this case, still found that the manner of death and cause of death was undetermined. You will see no signs of smothering. There are no injuries, internal or external, and no sign of asphyxiation, including petechiae, which would be what would normally be present for asphyxiation. The evidence will leave this court with a lot of questions and not a lot of answers. And the reason that this court will have a lot of questions is because this is a tragic accident with no real explanation. And we will ask the court at the end of the probably couple days to find Daisha not guilty of neglect. Thank you.
All right. Record reflects that both sides have made opening statement. Just so I'm clear from a scheduling perspective, are we really going to go multiple days? I just have it listed in the calendar as one full day. Doesn't matter. I just want to make sure that I'm clear as to what we're doing.
When we kind of discussed scheduling this morning with court staff, the video is what is long. So her interrogation is about 3 hours. I know that you like to watch that on your own time. So when we say multiple days, I think like coming back for a ruling is probably what we have in mind. But I intend to get through evidence today.
Okay.
We only have 9 days.
Again, it doesn't matter. Both sides should take as much time as you need. I just wanted to make sure that I had tomorrow's calendar covered.
Yeah, and we don't have to come back tomorrow if the court wants to set it out.
Okay. Thank
Yeah, sorry about that. I didn't mean for the confusion, but the video is 3 hours long, so.
Understood. That's
Judge,
Yes.
we would prefer we come back for closing, followed by ruling after the video is watched. So we would wait for closing until after you watch the video.
okay. All right. You may call your first.
Thank you. State will call Officer Bryant Harvey.
Jennifer, you can close your ears for a second. This room was not designed for a bench trial.
Right there. Here's the ramp.
Sir, could you raise your hand? Promise what you're about to tell the court will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, under pain and penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please have a seat. Mr. Manson, you and your client see from there?
Yes, Judge.
Can you see? All right. Did I swear you in?
Yes, sir, you did.
Sorry. You want to tell the court who you are and how you spell your name?
Bryant Harvey, last name Harvey. I'm a patrol officer with Indianapolis Metropolitan Police Department.
All right, thank you. State?
Thank you. Officer Harvey, how long have you been with IMPD?
Approximately 20 years.
And what kind of training did you go through to be a law enforcement officer?
I went through ILEA, which is Indiana Law Enforcement Academy, and also the IPD Training Academy.
Okay. And what is your role within IMPD?
I'm a patrol officer, beat officer, so I respond to 911 calls to locations to assist people.
What shift and district do you work?
Day shift, Northwest District.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention to August 29th of 2022. Do you recall that day?
Yes.
Were you dispatched to 2706 Burton Avenue?
Yes.
And is that here in Marion County, Indiana?
Yes.
What was going on when you arrived at that address?
Well, I was dispatched there on a death investigation involving an infant.
Okay.
So I arrived on scene. Medics with IFD and IEMS were already on scene and in the house. When I walked in, EMTs had, I don't remember where they were from, IFD or IEMS, had the infant on couch, I guess trying to sit and resuscitate.
Okay. Did you notice anything about the infant when you walked in?
I immediately noticed as I walked by and got a view that the infant appeared stiff, as though already gone into a rigor.
Okay. And were you the first responding officer that day?
Yes.
Who else was present in the home besides first responders and the infant?
The defendant was in the residence and her other 2 children.
Okay. And were the other 2 children young children?
Yes, they were toddlers.
Okay. And do you see the person you referred to as a defendant, do you see Daisha Lacey in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And can you please identify her for the court?
She is wearing all yellow.
Judge, may the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
It will.
Can you describe her demeanor when you arrived?
When I first walked in the door, she was sitting on the floor at the end of the couch, right at the end of the hallway, kind of facing down. So her back was to the door. She appeared to be crying out loud, kind of sobbing and wailing.
Kind of describe your interaction with her.
Once I saw her, I walked around. First thing I kind of noticed, I mean, the sobbing and the loud crying seemed a little off. At that moment, I didn't know what it was. It just seemed a little off. So I walked around in front of her, so I was standing kind of in the hallway, the end of the hallway, and got her attention and began to speak with her and told her I needed to get some information from her about herself, the infant, and the situation. She immediately stopped crying, looked up, and stood up. At that time, I noticed that there was no redness in the eyes, no tears, and the whole grief did not seem genuine to me, in my opinion.
Were you able to get her information, analyze information, and a basic idea of what happened?
Yes.
Okay. And were you wearing a body camera that day?
Yes.
Okay. And there were other officers that responded to the scene, including Officer Goff, is that correct?
Yes, Sergeant Goff.
Sergeant Goff,
Yes.
pardon me. And he was wearing a body camera as well?
Yes.
Okay. And had you had the opportunity to review both of your body cams prior to your testimony today?
Yes.
Okay. And if I can approach the witness?
May-
Is that your initials on the disc of what you reviewed?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I would move States 1 into evidence, which is the body camera of Officer Harvey and Sergeant Goff.
So, Michelle, States 1 admitted without objection.
it. We got it. Yes. Yep. This is Officer Harvey's.
Is this that you're driving to the scene?
Yeah, there will be.
Yes, sir.
So
Reporting. Dispatch reporting.
You might want to start hit and run at 16th Lafayette on the south side with the 10s and the 20s tied up. It's going to be a while, and they're in the middle of the intersection on the south side. Oh, yeah. What happened? Are you able to tell me what happened?
I was in the room getting my stuff together to go to the laundromat. I came in here, I took her out the swing because my son kept hanging on the swing, so I took her out. Laid her on the couch, wrapped her and propped the bottle up to feed her. They were sitting down watching TV on the couch. I was going in the kitchen to get them something to drink and something to eat. I come back to check on them, and I'm like, where's my baby? She had the pillow over the baby like that. And I moved her to move the pillow, and she wasn't breathing. I don't know if my kids actually accidentally rolled on her, or she stopped breathing. I'm thinking they accidentally rolled on my baby.
Where was the baby lying?
Lying flat out on the couch eating a bottle.
Okay, so lying flat.
And I think they rolled on her by accident.
What's her name? Or do you have ID?
Oh, this because I still got thin.
Okay. No, that's, I mean, you gotta take care of them too. But you can just verbally give me your information. ACIA?
Yes.
What's your last, Lacey?
Yes.
L-A-C-E-Y? What's your date of birth? 2589. What's your son?
06 4550.
50. And this is your address?
Yes.
What's the phone number for you?
317-654-0068.
0068?
Go back and watch. I will be sick.
You have to try to take care of your, where they're trying to help. Is it your daughter?
Yes.
Okay, what's her name?
Alana.
Spell it.
A-L-O-N-A.
Last name?
Lacey, L-A-C-E-Y.
What's her date of birth? How long ago did you lay her down there before you found her?
I was in my room for like, to be honest, so ready to try to go to the laundromat. I think it was like 15, 20 minutes.
Before you called us or before we got here?
I was on the phone with the 911 dispatcher.
So 15 minutes from the time you laid your daughter down with the bottle and you went back out there?
Yes.
And then did you call right away?
Yep, so I seen her, and it just seemed like y'all took forever to get here.
My name's Dr. Ferris. I'm not the Riley doctor. So when was the last time you saw her?
You took her?
What time?
What time is it
It's
now?
10:30 right now.
Looks like 9:30.
9:30. Did she have any medical problems at all?
No.
Okay.
I'm trying to get this stuff to go to the laundry. Why? Come here.
What they're doing. So they're working. 2 months old. Mom says the baby was in the little rocker there, but the other child was kind of flaunt, so she got her out of the rocker, was going to feed her anyway, so she laid her on the couch with the bottle.
She's got later. There's nothing we're going to do. They can have some of the call it here. She has got this bill on it. We can't turn her neck. She's got dependent blood down on her bottom. There's no reason.
Child abuse technical.
Yeah, child abuse and BCS.
Yeah, but child
The child is 10-0 at 10:34 hours, pronounced by Dr. Ferris. Okay. We know it by natural causes or something else? desk and ID with adult male ID. Starting miles 55352. Control WTC3. Go ahead. Yeah, can you roll IFD right here too? This gas is really heavy. We're gonna knock on some doors and get some people out of this townhouse complex. Clear. Control for 141. Go ahead. Disregard emails coming here at GLA.
Northeast Beat 11, person shot, 853 North Temple, 853 North Temple. Caller states there were several shots, someone is shot, EMS on the right. 900 North, 2500 East. Dispatch to unit on speed 2835 Riverside Drive. I updated information in the can. Admin to the school wants to call.
Ferris, F-A-R-I-S. Yeah, they got you in there as Ferris. Who does? When you said it on the radio, they typed it in as Dr. Ferris. So I was like, you know what, never mind that. In your position, I'm IFT's medical director. Okay, so you're Riley's position. How long would you say the child was in deceased?
But had rigor, we couldn't turn her neck. She had dependent lividity. She had obvious signs of death.
Okay. But there's no like minimal amount of time for it wasn't a rigor, the body wasn't a rigor or anything. Okay. Okay.
And she was cold. But she'd been dead a while, but I can't give you all. But rigor, dependent lividity, two terms.
Rigor and what's the
dependent? Dependent.
All of it.
It's L-I-D-I-D-I. L-I-D-I-D-I-T-Y.
Independent, just like N-D-P-E-N-D-A-N-T or
Yeah.
E-N-T?
Like my wife.
Okay. Okay.
It's my tax dependent or whatever.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
What time did I get to you?
9:34. Yeah, I think that's what they put an arm around.
1702. Pull here and move your car to the east side of the road somewhere.
Thank you.
I was like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. I don't think so. Stars in 136 is inside. No, they said that they don't look. They don't know what. Maybe already rigor and everything on the bed. That is she's saying that the child was in a little locker room there, and her other No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I think that's,
All right. All right, thank you.
thanks. Doc. But she said that the other son was pulling on the things she got them out of that rocker and put them on couch and feed them anyway, so we got a bottle. Gave them the bottle, laid the child down on the couch, popped the bottle up, so they went back to get laundry ready to go to the laundromat. And I asked her how long time frame it was back then, and she came back, she's saying only 15 minutes. Paul, I got Alana Lacey.
Sorry, you guys have birth certificates.
Oh,
They have birth certificates hanging on the wall, so. Sia. Grace. April 19th of April 20th of 2019.
What's the first one?
Acia, B-A-C-I-A.
Oh, same as mom. Yeah, Daisha.
Oh, no, sorry. God.
You're gonna be mom?
Grace.
Okay.
Okay, mom's Grace. It's Grace, yeah.
So Grace.
And I don't have a last name on there, so I'm guessing.
Same as Lacey.
Yeah, April 20th of 2019.
4/20/19.
Yep. And then the baby is Alana Monet, June 9th.
So that's the deceased one, right?
Yes.
Alana, yeah, I got her already.
Yep. Okay.
June 9th, 2020.
Yep. And then Julius Lamont Ray Jr.
Julius Ray?
Julius Ray, yeah.
R-A-Y?
And it looks like he's May 12th of 21. So she's claiming she came upon the 20?
Yeah, so
She said vigorous.
yeah, and visiting. So yeah, she's claiming, she told me, she got the baby up out of that rocker in there, just put him on the couch and feed her anyway, so popped the bottle up, went back to the bedroom to get other kids were to watch TV, went back to yeah, like basically up against the, went back to get laundry ready, because we're going to go to the laundromat, so I asked her how long she was back there, before she came back.
And that, is that Officer or Sergeant Goff right there?
Yes.
So I will go ahead and publish his camera next.
Recording.
121 First. 121 Mississippi. 1045 be advised the department manager and the aide to the patient subject.
Go ahead.
I'm 86 in Michigan, if I'm any closer.
I'm 86 in Township line, so I can go.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Wait, 132. Yeah, but I'm heading up. I did get a hold of the doctors at Sego, and she said that they do not do that, that it has to come through the coroner's office. Okay, so it had not been anything they won't done that. Yeah, just can't be coming. That is correct. You can go 10-8, 136 split me. Clear for everything.
part of that, gate run at 16th Lafayette on the south side, and with the 10th and the 20th side up, it's gonna be a while, and they're in the middle of the intersection on the south side. Good. Frank 151, Frank 150, check 121 at 150, both of these email and call back. Complaint has made contact with the person. Oh, sorry, thank you.
Northwest 82, Frank 131, Frank 174, triple the person, 8607 Michigan Road, Big Red Lakers, black male, black hoodie, black pants, refusing to leave, disturbing customers, 8600 North, March West. Frank 131, Frank 174, 1029.
Street. Clear. That's right. I believe I found shots fired from yesterday. It was about 20 after 6 when it was called into us. It happened just south of that address you're at. So, let's say report with Ferris for the Kirsten was on that, please. Was it?
Decent part where I'm gonna have some evidentiary value here.
This video.
We can get him to when he gets to the
Okay.
house.
I mean, this is just him driving to the scene, right?
Yes.
Yes, this is a video that defense wanted, so I didn't want to clip it.
Okay, the reason why we can't fast forward it though?
We can forward, and I think we can also cut it short once we pass the law.
Okay. Can you please fast forward it to when you
Here,
arrive?
this looks like you're getting out of the car. So.
Yes, that's good.
Just so I'm clear now, when he arrives on the scene, we are at, trying to see if I can see it on the, so we're on 8:14 of the video. Down the bottom right-hand corner, I have
Yes.
8:14 out of 16:15.
Yes.
Everybody agree?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, because if we need to review it, that's where I'll pull it up. Okay?
So they're working.
Go ahead. If you notify Citizens Gas on the address that we sent out there, get some extra gas at the farm. We can even go inside.
There's the little rocker there. Another was kind of long, so she got her out of rocker. Wasn't here anyway. Laid her on the couch with a bottle.
Judge, they said I can skip just 13 minutes.
Okay, you go to where?
13 minutes, so I'm gonna just skip ahead to there. Started at 12.
I think you need to call someone. Okay?
Like the next of kin or the next person that can call it. Is there a mom? Can you call your mom? Where's your phone at? This one? Hey, sweetie, can you stay over here for me, okay? I know. Sweetie, do you have a room that you play with toys in? Sweetheart, what's your name? I know you for it. What's your name? What is it? And guys? What's your name? Grace? Grace, do you have like a bedroom that has toys in it? Can you go play in there? Does that be cool?
My baby died. Ooh, they don't know. Laying on the couch, eating her bottle.
What's little brother's name? He's one. What's his name? Mammy? Mammy? Is that your name? Darius? Darius? Can you take Darius to your room to play with your toys? Please? Can I call him Man? Will you take Man back to your bedroom to play with him? Julius. Oh, Julius. He's handsome. You're a handsome little guy, man.
1702.
You don't want to call him Dad yet? No.
There's the child on the couch, the one that's going to be subsequently called as a witness.
Yes.
Everybody agree? Okay, I thought so, I just wanted to clear why I'm looking at it. Thank you.
What?
Sorry, no. Okay. No, you're good, man. Will you? Yeah, that's not always the best question. Here we go. We have baby nipples right here, I think. Alana? Yes, that is. Well, no, that's 20. Right? Yeah, 22. Yeah.
Right, and they're indicating we can stop at 15:21.
Okay.
Officer Harvey, was this a 911 call that came out?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. State would move State's Exhibit 2, which is the 911 call evidence.
No objection. Show states number 2 admitted without objection. Hang on just a second. Just tell me when you're ready to play. I want to make sure I've got my notes ready.
Okay.
Marion County 911, where's the location of your
Oh my God, my baby's dead. My newborn is dead.
I'm connecting us with the ambulance. What's the address?
She's dead. My baby is dead. Dead. I need somebody here. It's 2706 Bryant Avenue. My son died by accident.
Okay, 2706? Is there an apartment number or letter? Ma'am, stop shouting, please.
Oh my God! Somebody help me! Somebody help me, please!
Is there an apartment number or letter? Yes or no, ma'am?
Somebody help me! Help me! Oh my God!
Ma'am, stop screaming, please. Please, dispatch, can you tell me what's going on, please? She just said,
Oh my goodness!
she said what? She said, do you know how old he is? Ma'am,
Somebody help me, please!
can you hear me? Please, did you have 2706 First Avenue?
Oh God!
Do we know what happened at all?
Oh God! Oh God! Oh
You just did that, I'm sorry, it's very difficult to hear you. I've heard the exact same thing you have. Okay. Ma'am,
Yes!
okay, what happened?
My kid is crying!
What happened to him?
My daughter, she was in a swing. And I was beating my she was in a swing. I put her on the couch to prop her up. So feed her. But I'm going to get her to get my kids something to eat. And my kid was sitting on the couch and my son sat on her. And when I picked her up, she's not breathing. She's not breathing.
So she's not awake and she's not breathing?
My son, he told me.
How old is she?
Oh my God. She was 2
months?
Yeah.
Okay, I need you to lay her down flat on a table, flat on her back. Let me know when you have that done.
She's not moving at all. I'm scared.
I'm going to give you CPR instructions, but I need you to go ahead and lay her flat on the table, on her back.
I need somebody to help me, please.
I'm helping you. I just need you to listen to what I'm saying, please. Ma'am, do you have her on her back? Ma'am,
I can't do it. I can't do
you
it.
have to, ma'am. This is your daughter. She's 2 months old. I need you to listen to me. Can you get her onto her back flat on the table? Yes or no?
I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm going to be sick.
Ma'am, is there someone else there that can do it for you? I can give instructions. I just need somebody to do it.
I can't do it.
Ma'am, okay. You are going to put your index finger and your middle finger in between your chest, or I'm sorry, in between the nipples, right in the center of her chest, okay? You're going to push down 1.5 inches and make sure you allow her chest to return to a normal position between each pump. We're going to do 30, okay? Ready? You ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Did you do those?
Yes.
Okay. I understand, and we're going to do 2 quick breaths. So I'm going to have you put your mouth over her mouth and nose. You're going to lift your chin a little bit. And give her 2 quick breaths. Give her 2 quick breaths, ma'am.
My daughter said she's been like this. I think my baby got sick.
Ma'am, this is the best no? Yes. Okay, you're gonna do 30 compressions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Give her 2 quick breaths using your mouth over her mouth and nose.
I'm holding my baby back.
You got that?
Yes, I need my baby back.
Did you do the press? Yes or no?
Yes.
Do the 30 compressions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Do the 2 quick press.
Yes. Yes, I'm trying to. Somebody please come.
They are coming. Did you do the press? Did you do the press?
Yes.
30 compressions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Man, focus and do the 2 breaths. Focus.
I'm trying. My kid is crying.
What's more important right now is that you take care of the one that's not breathing.
I'm trying to.
You got the 2 breaths, so all you're doing is talking to me. Do 2 breaths.
Can they hurry up?
They're going as fast as they can. 30 chest compressions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Did you do those?
Yes.
Do the 2 breaths. Let me know when you've given it to her.
I'm doing it. I'm just pushing. I'm doing something hard.
Did you do the 2 breaths?
Not breathing. Oh, there's things in here. He's not gonna come back.
Ma'am.
Oh my God. I can't hurry up.
Ma'am. Did you do the breath? Yes or no? Ma'am. Ma'am. Ma'am.
Oh my God.
Can you hear me? Okay, have you continued to do the chest compressions?
They're here. Yes.
Are they in there taking over?
They're coming.
Do the chest compressions until they get in there.
Oh my God. Oh. Oh my God. Oh, I can't breathe. Why did that happen to me?
Officer Harvey, did you then call for a child abuse detective and DCS?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any further involvement in this case?
No, ma'am.
I will pass the witness.
You may cross.
Thank you, Judge.
Harvey, when you got there, the EMT had already been there, is that right?
They were there when I got there, yeah.
And we saw in the body cam the child was on the couch.
Yes.
You wouldn't know if EMT have touched or manipulated, covered the child or any of that. You wouldn't know about that.
No. No.
This may have happened before you came in.
It's possible.
Did you get there first or Officer Goff?
I got there first.
Okay. And you have never touched the child?
No.
Now, you testified to how Miss Lacey was responding to you and all that.
Yes.
And that would be the part that we saw on the body cam?
Yes.
There wasn't anything that you were testifying to that was not seen on the body cam? Is that
No, I did not. After my body cam ends, and after that last interaction, I didn't have any further interaction with her.
So your comments about how she was crying and waving and then not, that would have been what we saw on the body cam?
Yes.
Now, before that day, you didn't meet Deja Lacey before that day, is that correct?
Correct. I have not.
You have never met her before?
No, not that I'm aware of.
You have never observed her in any stressful or grief type situation before that day?
No.
Okay. Now, we also saw on both the body cams that we saw today, we saw the children, the two other children right there. That's how
Yes.
we found them.
Yes.
And they were in close proximity to Alana when you got there.
Yes.
Right. Now, you were in full uniform that day,
Yes.
and you testified that you did call it child abuse.
Yes.
DCS and child abuse detective. Is that
Yes.
correct? Isn't that a standard procedure in any case of deceased child?
Yes.
Thank you.
Nothing on that.
So you called DCS because that was part of your standard protocol? Was it because of anything else you observed, or just because it was protocol?
Yeah, that's what we do every time.
Okay. Check my notes. You said you felt that the defendant's actions were, in your words, off.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you indicated the reason why was because she appeared to be sobbing or crying, but didn't have any redness in her eyes and no tears.
Yes, that was part of it.
Okay. I want to make sure I get all of it. Was there anything else that led you to draw that conclusion?
Well, initially, when I walked in, the sobbing and the wailing, what made me initially feel a little off was, I guess, the way it sounded. It sounded more forced than natural to me.
Help me out with that. Can you give any more description?
I guess the only I can relate to is a bad actor on a movie or show that can't cry or sound, I guess, genuine. It just didn't sound natural.
Okay.
And part of it, I guess, is the experience. I mean, I've dealt with hundreds of people in emotional situations and over my career.
So she wasn't responding in the way that was normal for what you had seen on other similar circumstances?
No.
Okay.
And
And just so I'm clear, how many dead baby cases do you think you've handled in your career?
Me personally, as the primary officer, probably maybe 4, and I've probably been on scene of another 3.
Okay. Those are the questions I have. questions on the court's questions, Stan?
No.
Defense?
Great, Judge. Officer Harvey, you said the way she sounded wasn't genuine to you.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yes.
And that would have been the bar that we saw on video in the
Yes.
bike. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you have not interacted with Deja Lacey since then or before that day, is that correct?
Correct. I have not.
Okay. And you have handled or been around about, or in your career, about 7 dead baby cases
Yes. Approximately.
in 20 years.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Carpenter, anything further?
No.
All right, sir, you may step down.
May this witness be excused from his subpoena?
Yes.
State will call Dr. Gregory Ferris.
See the pathologist.
Hmm?
You see the pathologist.
No, he is the doctor that you saw on the body cam, actually, that
Okay.
came to the house. There is a ramp, so watch your step. There's a ramp, so just watch your step.
Sure, you want to raise your hand? You promise what you're about to tell the court is going to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, under pain penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Can you tell me who you are and how you spell your name for our record?
Yep. Gregory Ferris, Gregory Faris.
Thank you, Dr. Ferris. How are you employed?
I'm employed by Indiana University School of Medicine as well as IU Health physicians.
Okay. And what is your educational background to hold those positions?
I completed medical school at IU School of Medicine, did a pediatric residency at Northwestern University in Chicago, pediatric emergency medicine fellowship in Cincinnati at Cincinnati Children's Hospital, and an EMS fellowship here at IU School of Medicine.
And do you also have some unique positions within IFD and IEMS?
Yeah, I am the medical director for Indianapolis Fire Department and a deputy medical director for pediatrics for Indianapolis EMS.
And what do those roles entail?
From the IFD perspective, we perform quality control, review runs, talk to crews, make sure that from the medical side they're doing what they need to do. Indianapolis EMS do the same thing, except for specifically just for pediatric patients, and then we write protocols as a group that our paramedics and EMTs function from.
Okay. And as a part of those roles, do you have a response vehicle that you actually respond to runs with?
Correct. Yep. I have a response vehicle from Indianapolis Fire Department.
And is that specifically for pediatric cases?
No, not specifically. I'm the medical director for all of Indianapolis Fire Department, so I can respond to anything.
Okay. I want to draw your attention to your involvement with the case we're here on today.
Okay.
Were you working in that capacity on August 29th of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you respond to 2706 Burton Drive here in Marion County, Indiana?
Yes.
How did you come to respond to that address?
I receive, there's a dispatch for pediatric cardiac arrest specifically that I receive a page for every pediatric cardiac arrest in the city.
Okay. And do you respond to all of those?
No.
Okay. If you are able to respond, do you respond?
Correct, yeah. So if I am close by that I can get there safely or am not tied up doing something else, then I get there. And I'm supplementary to them, to the medics.
Okay. Upon arriving at the 2706 Burton Drive address, what did you observe?
I walked in and the firefighters and the IEMS, EMT, and paramedic were performing CPR on the patient.
Okay. What did you observe about the patient?
She was on the ground. They were doing CPR, and the paramedic felt like she called me over, and she was concerned that the patient had been dead for a very long time. And so that's what,
The patient had what?
been dead for a very long time.
Okay. And what kinds of things did you notice about the patient upon your arrival?
So she told me what her concerns were, and I did a quick exam. Patient had what we call rigor mortis, so we were unable to move her head back to midline and bend her arms.
Why is it important to move the neck or the head back to midline?
So that we can do proper ventilation and control the airway, but also it was just a sign that we couldn't, that we couldn't move her neck at all.
Okay, and so that's the rigor mortis that you were talking about?
Yes.
Are there any other, there was referenced, I think in the body cam, obvious signs of death. Was there anything else besides the rigor that you noticed?
Dependent lividity, so there's darkness, there was darkness on the back, and then also I believe on the right cheek, because that was the way that the head was kind of turned. So it's dependent on where how the patient is lying.
Okay.
Or sitting or whatever.
And that would have been how they were lying after death?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Was she cold?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to gather any sort of history from the mother?
I spoke to her very briefly when I got there, and the paramedic had kind of voiced her concerns, and I did a confirmatory test. I asked them to continue CPR just so I could talk to the mom. I don't recall completely what she said in terms of history at that time.
Is she the paramedic?
Yeah,
or
the mother, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yep.
And did you pronounce Alana deceased at the scene?
Yeah. Yes.
Do you recall what time it was?
10:34 is what was in my notes.
Is that common to declare a child deceased on scene?
Not
is it
entirely.
common to call what?
Declare a child deceased on scene?
Okay, thank you.
Not entirely. It is within our paramedics protocols that if there are obvious signs of death, that they can cease efforts or not start efforts. But most times, I think our paramedics are a little hesitant in children, and so they tend to transport patients.
Okay. And they did insert an IO into her.
Yeah,
correct?
an intraosseous. It's a way to provide medication. They had not when I got there, but when I asked them to continue efforts, we're not gonna, while I was talking to mom, I asked them to go ahead and put the IO in so that if things were different or if we needed to continue, that we were still moving in a forward direction.
Now, tell me what IO is.
It's intraosseous needle, so it's a needle that we put into the bone marrow, so through skin, through the outside of the bone, and the needle sits in the bone marrow, and we're able to provide fluids, medication, anything you would use from an IV. It is an easier, faster way for us to gain access for medication.
Okay.
And that basically just kind of looks like a little bolt in the leg.
It's what an IO looks like.
Yeah.
It's a needle of varying lengths depending on how large the patient is. There's a hub that we can connect IV tubing to that sits outside of the bone, outside of the skin.
After you declared Alana deceased, what did you do next?
I went and told mom that she was dead.
Nothing further for this witness.
You may cross.
Doctor, you said that EMS tends to transport children. They don't like to declare on scene necessarily, correct?
I don't know that I would say they don't like to. They just tend to, it's, they declare patients dead all the time on scene, and I think that when it's a child, it is a little bit different for them. And so they do. It's not very common, but when patients have prolonged signs of prolonged death, they will even without a physician there. Just not quite as common.
And in this case, they did have a physician there, though they had to be there.
Correct.
I want to talk to you a little bit about rigor mortis. You said that the baby had rigor mortis when you arrived. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can rigor mortis tell you anything about the time of death?
No.
Okay. What does it tell you?
That the patient had been dead for a while. I can't give you a time though.
So a while, but there is no real time. Like you can't say 2 to 4 hours.
No, I can't time it.
Okay. What about with that dependent lividity? Does that give you a time of death?
No.
So there's no, with any medical certainty, can you say when this child died?
No, it's just a sign of prolonged death. That's all I can say.
And then you also testified that based on lividity, you can tell which or how a patient was lying. Is that correct?
Loosely, yes. Loosely. I mean, because it is pooling, so it's gravity, so it goes to, the position that is lowest.
And so you said in this particular case, it was on the back and on the right cheek.
Yes.
Is that correct? Sorry. And does that tell you anything about how the child was lying?
What that tells me is in the fact that we could not get the head back to midline. That was the way that the patient's head was stuck, like this, to the right side. So it just tells me that the head was turned. That's all.
Okay. So the head was lying to the right, on the right side.
Yeah, which is the same reason we couldn't move the neck back to midline, or head back to midline.
And so that would have been, and so you saw the couch that in the house, is that correct?
There was a couch, yes, in the house.
So if she was lying on the couch, would she have been facing away from the couch or?
I have no idea. The patient was on the floor when I got there.
Okay. And I wanted actually to ask you about that too. When you arrived, the patient was not on the couch, correct?
No.
And there was no blanket on the patient at that time?
No, my understanding was that the IFD or IMS, I'm not sure which, had placed the patient on the floor, but when I got there, all I saw was a patient that was on the floor and CPR was in progress, so was exposed.
Okay. And before you left, someone had placed the child on the couch, is that correct?
Before I left?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Okay.
I know that the patient, I don't know, what happened after I left.
No, I'm sorry, I must have said that wrong. Before you left, did someone place the patient on the couch with the blanket? To your knowledge?
No, I don't know that.
And so your understanding was someone moved her off the couch onto the floor?
Yeah, which is common when we do CPR. We like to get to a hard surface, as opposed to that way when we're doing compressions, you're pushing against something hard, and so we would almost. I've never seen anyone try to do compressions on a couch. We move them to a hard surface so that we have something to push against when doing the chest compressions.
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
You direct?
Nothing on that.
Okay, Doc, I want to go back to the rigor mortis then.
Okay.
So you've indicated that doesn't tell us anything about time of death?
That, not to my, I'm not a pathologist but we consider that.
I thought you said you had background in pediatric emergency medicine.
Correct.
Okay. That doesn't include responding to death scenes?
Say it again.
That doesn't include responding to death scenes and dealing with rigor mortis issues?
We see rigor mortis quite frequently, but I would never try to time something based on rigor mortis or.
All right. So the fact that the EMS person was concerned that the decedent had been dead for a while, I take it from what you're telling me doesn't have any medical significance to you.
I'm sorry, I don't necessarily understand your question.
Well, again, if rigor mortis doesn't tell us anything about time of death, then it doesn't really Was there any real significance to the EMS person saying that they thought the decedent had been dead for a while?
So it takes time for rigor mortis to set in. And so if somebody has just died, they don't have rigor mortis, but as that death, the process of death and thereafter, and I can't tell you how long it is, but at some point rigor mortis sets in. And so we call that a sign of obvious death.
Is that a question that's better directed to a forensic pathologist?
Correct. But the rigor mortis, dependent lividity, those are obvious signs of obvious death. So no interventions that I would do would have any change.
Obvious death, but not time of death.
Correct.
Okay. I want to make sure I understood correctly. I thought I heard you say that you had EMS continue on with CPR even though you knew at that point that it wasn't going to change things or it wasn't necessary.
Correct.
And it almost sounds as if that was, for lack of a better word, a stalling tactic or something else so that you could talk to the mom. Would that be fair?
I wouldn't call it a stalling tactic.
My word, not yours. Why did you do that?
Because I wanted to talk to mom to let her know that we are doing CPR at this time, but nothing that we do is going to change the outcome, and that we're going to say that her child has died. And then, after I have that conversation, then going back and calling the patient dead, and then going back in and going back over to mom and say, we have now called your child dead. We do this quite frequently in the emergency department as well, where we go and try to almost prepare families for what is about to happen, so that then when we actually stop, then we can go back out and tell them that their child is dead.
Okay. So doing CPR at the time that you did it wasn't at that point because you suspected any criminal activity. Would that be fair?
I don't ever think in terms of criminal activity. I'm sorry. I think of...
Fair enough.
I think of my responsibility is to that child.
So the CPR really was to comfort the decedent's family, to let them have the understanding that you'd done all medical intervention that you could.
Correct.
Okay.
You could probably say it that way. We very commonly in the emergency department will continue CPR while we wait for families to show up, so that they can see that we are doing CPR and we have done it, even though it's
totally meaningless at that point medically.
Yes.
Okay.
I think it's important for families to see that we've done what we can.
Okay. Any significance medically to the fact that she was cold?
It's another sign of prolonged death.
Okay. Questions on the court's question, State?
Dr. Ferris, can you describe just briefly what causes rigor mortis and dependent lividity?
Dependent lividity is a gravity, essentially of pooling blood more than anything else. And so as your heart is no longer pumping, gravity takes effect. Things, and then rigor mortis, I can't describe the pathophysiology, I'm sorry, for rigor mortis.
Sure. And while you can't put like a minute, hour, day on rigor mortis, in this case, you describe it as prolonged.
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thanks.
Thank you, Judge. The child being cold, can that give you a time or range of death either?
No.
So nothing in this case, as far as you're concerned, with any medical certainty can give you a range or a time of death?
No.
Okay. Let me ask you one basic question. You, maybe, well, I'll probably open the whole entire area here, but how familiar are you with SIDS?
I mean, we deal with SIDS frequently. I'm familiar with it.
Okay. Not an uncommon situation medically.
I mean, it is something that we see. I think that there are, we see a lot of cases that, so I guess my view of SIDS is that it is something that happens. It is rare. I mean, I have a biased view, right? In the city, we have approximately 30 to 40 pediatric cardiac arrests per year for our entire county.
Okay.
Okay, that occur out of hospital, right? So that IEMS responds to about 30 to 40, somewhere in there. Mm-hmm. So of the entire population that IEMS responds to, we have 30 to 40 pediatric cardiac arrests a year. That's a rare occurrence. Now, the portion of those that are SIDS is probably lower, and there's a lot of cases of suffocation that occur that aren't necessarily SIDS, and so it's hard to, sometimes that's hard for us to know exactly what happened. In my work, I care less about how, for some things, how it happened, right? So if I have a child that's in cardiac arrest, it doesn't matter how they got to cardiac arrest outside of, I'm going to do the same thing. Finding out later is important. So.
You indicated you had a bias. What did you mean by that?
My bias, so I work at Riley, where we tend to get a lot of cardiac arrests. Mm-hmm. So, a general emergency medicine provider out in the community might see one pediatric cardiac arrest in their entire life, where I see, so that this whole process is more common to me than it is to somebody who's on the, so that's my bias. Like, I have a biased view of how common something is.
Okay. Was there anything based upon what you observed at the scene that told you that this was not SIDS?
I wasn't looking at it from that view, I'm sorry.
Okay. Was there a reason why?
I was just looking at the child that we that we were doing CPR on, and we knew that the patient had been dead, had obvious signs of death.
Okay.
I was, at that point, I wasn't really looking for a cause.
Based upon your background and experience, was there anything that led you to believe that there was something criminal about what you saw, as opposed to a medical?
I try not to think in terms of criminal, I'm sorry. I
understand, but that is why we're here.
I understand that, but that's not my view always is the medical. My job is to take care of the child. And that's, so I understand that we're here for a criminal thing, but I think of just the child.
Okay. All right. Questions on the court's question state?
No.
Defense?
I have a few questions. Sir, you said that you see SIDS, but you also see suffocation deaths, is that correct?
Yeah, we see lots of different causes of death.
And suffocation deaths can also be accidental, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And especially in children, are there any particular signs of asphyxiation or suffocation?
It depends how they're suffocated or asphyxiated. So there can be, but there also cannot be.
Okay. That's all. Thank you, Richard.
State, further questions?
No, thank you.
May the witness be excused?
Yes, and I'm releasing him from the subpoena.
We will as well.
I'm sorry?
We will as well. Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you very much
Yep.
for coming in.
Of course.
Good time for us to take recess. Let's take 15 minutes.
Thank you. We'll let you know about that.
All rise. We'll be in a 15-minute recess. Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you. Yes.
removed. Again, this is a deficiency in the room itself. The defendant has a right to see me. I'm the trier of fact. I have a right to see her. Couldn't see her at all.
And the state has Exhibit 3 up on the screen. I've talked to the defense. They were fine with it.
Go ahead and have a seat. We're waiting for her.
Thank you.
Now you ready to go? You need a chair? Thank you. Oh, okay. All right, we're back on record with the defendant's present person. The state has their next witness on the stand. Could raise your hand. You promise what you're about to tell the court to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, under pain and penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right. Could you please tell me who you are and how you spell your name?
My name is Jamie Sego, Jamisego.
Ms. Sego, how are you employed?
I am currently employed with the Fishers Police Department.
What is your role at Fishers?
I am a criminal forensic investigator.
Prior to working at Fishers, where did you work?
I worked at the Indianapolis Marion County Forensic Services Agency, also known as the Crime Lab.
And what was your role with the crime lab?
I was a crime scene specialist.
What's a crime scene specialist?
A crime scene specialist is an individual that will respond to crime scenes to document the scene and collect evidence.
And is that essentially what you're doing up at Fishers now as well?
Yes.
What is your education and training background that allows you to be a crime scene specialist?
I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice with a concentration in forensic science. I also have a master's degree in criminal justice with a concentration in law enforcement and corrections administration. And I also have a crime scene investigator certification through ILEA.
How long have you been a crime scene specialist?
Just over 4 years now.
And was the majority of that at the Marion County Crime Lab?
Yes.
And as a crime scene specialist, were you working on August 29th, 2022?
Yes, I was.
And did you respond to 2706 Burton Avenue?
Yes.
And what did you do when you arrived?
Initially, I went to speak with the detective that was on scene. She was taking a statement at the time, so I waited until she was done, and then I spoke with her.
And after you spoke with the detective, what did you do next?
When I got information from the detective, I began to document the scene.
And what's your first step in documenting the scene?
My first step would be taking a video. After that, I would take photographs.
And the crime scene video, is that a standard procedure when you respond to a death investigation?
Yes.
And after you take photos, what did you do next?
After I took photos, I documented the evidence that would be collected. I placed evidence cones and photographed those. A sketch and measurement was then completed, and those items were collected.
Were you also present during the reenactment video that the deputy coroner conducted?
Yes.
And did you collect any items?
Yes, I did.
What items?
I collected a blanket and a pillow.
And at this time, the state's going to move to admit State's Exhibit 3, which is a disc containing the crime scene video as well as the reenactment video.
No objection. We'll show the crime scene video. Both, 3 is both?
Yes.
Okay. We'll show States 3 admitted without objection.
Permission to publish.
You may. stop it for a minute. Lawyers, can you give me some context? What are you referring to as a reenactment video?
So as part of the SUDI form, which the pathologist will discuss, the deputy coroner does a reenactment with a baby doll on scene.
Okay.
So it has the defendant show the deputy coroner and the investigators how she found the decedent.
Okay. And is there there's an audio portion of this as well?
Yes.
Is there a transcript?
No,
Why not?
I don't know.
Okay. Go ahead.
Jamie, we saw you in the corner of that video, is that correct?
I was doing the video. I was behind the camera.
So you filmed the reenactment and the crime video?
Yes, I did.
And you said that you collected a pillow and a blanket, is that correct?
Correct.
And was that the blue pillow or the blue blanket
Yes.
that we saw on top of the decedent?
Yes.
And which pillow was it?
It was the orange pillow that I zoomed in on that was on the right side of that couch.
And that was you zooming in the video?
Correct.
No further questions?
Any questions?
Thank you, Raj. Ms. Sego, your job is to collect evidence, is that right?
Correct.
And you do that based upon directions you get from law enforcement officers, is that right?
It's a collaborative effort, so we will discuss the scene when we get there and determine what needs to be collected and what needs to be done on scene.
So specifically in this case, you discussed the collection process with Detective Head?
Correct.
Okay. Was there any other officer detectives involved in that process?
There may have been one there earlier, but I don't believe I talked to them at all.
Okay. Now you talked about collecting a pillow and a blanket.
Yes.
That was based upon your conversation with the detective?
Correct.
You did not collect them because of specific knowledge as to where they were at the time before you got them, is that right?
We had discussed, we discussed the information that I had gotten on scene initially, that blanket and that specific pillow would be collected.
Okay, but my question is, you don't know where they were before you got them?
Oh, no, I do not.
Okay. Now, we saw two videos that you made that day, that's right?
Correct.
Do you remember around what time you made those videos?
I did not record the times that those were created, no.
Okay. Now, at the time you made the videos, the child, Lana, had been already removed from the scene, is that right?
The reenactment video, she was removed, but the crime scene video, she was still there.
So, yeah, we saw her in the first video. About how much time between the two videos?
Maybe an hour, if that.
Okay. Do you at least remember, was this still morning hours, around noon, late afternoon, anything along those lines?
I arrived on scene approximately 12:25 p.m.
Okay. And your recording started shortly after that?
Yes.
Was the first video first?
Yes.
And then the child was removed, and then you did the second video, is that correct?
Correct. After the evidence and everything was collected, the child was then removed.
Now, we saw in the first video, just a crime scene video where the child was in that video. Was the position of the child discussed at all, or how did that come about?
I don't believe it was discussed with me how the child was found. That's just how she was when I got there.
Similarly, whether or not a blanket was on Alana was not discussed with you, is that correct?
I was just informed that the blanket was placed on her. That's how it was when I got there.
And when you say it was placed on her, are you talking about placed on her by her mother or by someone else?
I don't know who did it.
Okay. Thank you.
No questions.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Give me a call next.
We're gonna call Grace Lacey, who's the juvenile.
Ma'am, can you raise your hand? Do you promise what you're about to tell the court to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, and to pay the penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please have a seat. Once you're comfortable in your chair, can you tell me who you are and how you spell your name for our record?
Yeah, my name's Kirsten. It's spelled Kirstin. Last name is Bryant, Bryant.
Kirsten, how are you employed?
I work for the Department of Child Services on the Fatality Unit.
What is your role on the fatality unit?
I'm a family case manager.
What does a family case manager do?
We investigate reports of abuse and/or neglect.
How long have you been on the fatality?
On the fatality team, I've been on there since August of 22, so not quite 2 years.
How long were you with DCS prior to that?
About 2 years.
And are you still on the fatality unit?
Yes.
And I mean, the name kind of represents itself, but can you explain what that unit does?
Yeah, so we just investigate child deaths that come in.
What type of training and experience do you have in order to be on the fatality unit?
So initially started out with 3 months of cohort training in the very beginning, and then I do an extra 24 hours of training each year, and then the requirements for the fatality team is just to be with DCS for 2 years to learn the job.
How many people are on your unit?
There's 4 total.
How often do you review a fatality to reveal or investigate?
I would say on average maybe 3 to 5 a month.
And is that you specifically?
Me and my team.
So the 4 of you guys get about 3 to 4 a month, is that fair to say?
Yeah, give or take.
And do you respond every time?
Yes.
And why?
Typically when there's a death of an infant that's not natural, there's questions as to why that child died.
And as the case manager for DCS, what do you do?
So I investigate those incidences of child fatalities.
Do you respond to the scene?
Yes.
And is IMPD usually involved as well?
Yes.
You work alongside IMPD then?
Yes.
Why are there 2 separate agencies investigating?
Due to the nature of the incident, with there being a child fatality, DCS works on our end to try and we both try to figure out, what happened, and then we have separate goals that we're trying to achieve.
After you respond to the scene, is it fair to say there's usually an autopsy done for every child fatality?
Yes.
Do you attend those as well?
Yes.
And does someone from DCS always attend the child autopsies?
Yes.
How often does the investigation become a criminal investigation?
It's hard to say. Typically, if there's reason to believe that something was intentionally done, then it turns into a criminal case. But if not, then it doesn't.
And what is the bulk of the fatalities that you investigate turn out to be?
Unsafe sleep.
Are you familiar with SIDS?
Yes.
And what's SIDS?
Sudden unexpected infant death.
And how common is that in your work?
It's fairly common.
How often do you testify in a criminal trial?
For DCS, this will be my first one.
And moving on to, you said you started the fatality unit in August of 2022.
Yes.
So I'm going to direct attention to August 29th, 2022. Were you the DCS case manager that responded to 2706 Burton Avenue?
Yes.
And how many fatalities had you been a part of at that time?
That was my first one.
So this was your first one as the lead investigator for DCS?
Yes.
And what did you observe when you arrived?
When I arrived, there was law enforcement coroner's office outside just discussing kind of what happened, what occurred, and what the responding officers had observed when they arrived.
And what is your role when you get there?
So my role is to just talk with the detective on scene in the coroner's office, and then we all collectively interview any parties that are pertinent to the case.
And is the deputy coroner usually involved in those interviews as well?
Yes.
And who did you guys interview?
We interviewed Daisha Lacey.
See her in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you identify her by what she is wearing?
Yes, she's wearing a yellow jumpsuit.
May the record reflect that the witness identified the defendant.
It will.
And can you explain what the defendant told you happened with daughter?
So initially she had stated that she woke up and put her swing, propped a bottle up with a blanket, and then went back to sleep for a couple hours. She was then woken up by her other two children because they were hungry. So at that time she went out to check on Alana. She moved her from the swing to the couch, where she again propped up another bottle and then walked away for about 20 minutes to put laundry into a bag to go to the laundromat. She said after that 20 minutes she walked out and saw that Alana was blue and responding. She had yelled at the kiddos and asked them what happened, but then realized because of their age they couldn't really tell her what happened, so she called 911.
And after this interview, did you guys also have her do what is called a reenactment video?
Yes.
And what is the purpose of the reenactment video?
The purpose is so that way we can see how the child was placed and found, how the head was angled to see if the airways were obstructed at all.
And is that done for every child fatality?
Yes.
Why?
Just so that way we can have a clearer idea of the events that occurred leading up to the death.
And what type of factors are you looking for when the caretaker is doing the reenactment video?
Any unsafe sleep factors, any obstruction to the face.
And were those present in the reenactment video?
No.
And what else are you doing while you're at the home?
Observing the home for basic needs for the other children, observing beds where the children sleep, so specifically safe sleep for the 1-year-old and then the infant.
And there was also a 3-year-old, correct?
Yes.
And what sleeping arrangements did you identify for those 3 children?
So I identified a bed for the 3-year-old. There was a pack and play with a pillow and a blanket for the 1-year-old. And then there was also a pack and play for Alana. However, it was full of like clothes, diapers, and other things.
And that was in the same room as the bed for the caretaker?
Yes.
The pillow and blanket that was in the pack and play for the 1-year-old, would that be considered safe sleep?
No.
Why?
Safe sleep is supposed to be alone on your back in a crib at all times.
And why is it important to have like a crib-like surface to sleep?
So that way you can prevent suffocation of a child.
When you were on scene that day, did you administer a drug test for defendant?
Yes.
Why is that?
So anytime child fatality comes in, we ask the caregivers to screen just so we can rule out drugs being a reason for the fatality.
Can you walk us through how you administer a drug test?
Mm-hmm. So you just fill out the paperwork. I allow the client to take out the drug screen. They place the cotton part in their mouth. And then I tell them the end of it will turn blue once it's completed. Once that's done, they then stick it into the tube, and then that's sealed into a bag, and then I take it to the office where it's then sent off to the lab for testing.
Do you also speak to the defendant about whether or not her drug test would be positive at that time?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
She denied any illegal substance use.
And that day we've heard about Grace and Julius, her 3-year-old and 1-year-old. Where did they go that day?
They went with Jennifer.
And is that now who has Grace full time?
Yes.
And Grace calls her Mimi?
Yes.
And after that day, what did you do next?
So after that day, I then received an email from my coworker on September 1st with a statement that Grace had made to Jennifer about the baby being dead and mom.
Object to hearsay on this. What statement anyone else said is hearsay.
State?
Thank you, Judge. I'm only asking for what Kirsten does next.
Our court will allow the evidence in, but will not consider it for the truth of the matter asserted. and only for why the witness did the next thing she did. But under the rules of evidence, court cannot consider it for the truth. You may answer with that understanding.
Okay. So Jennifer, who has Grace, reaches out to DCS.
And I'm sorry, who's Jennifer in terms of relationship to Grace?
The Mimi.
Yeah.
Okay, but blood relative?
It's Daisha's dad's fiance.
Okay. All right.
So Jennifer is engaged to the maternal grandfather of Grace.
Yes.
So Jennifer reaches out to DCS, and what happens?
We then forward the information to Detective Hadley, who is working the investigation.
And Detective Hadley is now Detective Davis.
Yes.
And was that information from Jennifer part of your investigation?
Yes.
Did you also attend the autopsy?
Yes.
Were there any pertinent findings at the autopsy that you remember?
Not that I can remember.
At this point, are you kind of letting IMPD lead the way, or what is DCS doing?
So we did, for the most part, yes. I did schedule a forensic interview for Grace after the statement she had made to Jennifer. However, there was no disclosure made at that time.
And so at this time, what is DCS involvement with Grace and Julius, the two living children?
At this time, we were not involved. I'd been trying to get in contact with Miss Lacey, but was unsuccessful in regards to her drug screen. Once I made contact with her, I did advise her of the positive result.
And what did the defendant test positive for on August 20th?
Amphetamines and methamphetamine.
And you said that you ultimately were able to talk to the defendant about that?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about that positive drug screen?
She told me that she was out with friends the weekend before and had taken a rolling pill that she had gotten from one of her friends.
Tell me that again. She'd taken one pill?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry.
It was a rolling pill the weekend prior to the child's death.
Weekend prior would have been, what day are you talking about when you came out for the investigation?
It was August 29th of 22.
Day of the week.
Oh, day of the week. Oh,
I believe it was a Monday.
I believe.
So is the weekend prior just, we're talking 2 or 3 days before or a longer period?
Yes.
2 or 3 days before?
Yeah.
Okay. Next.
Did she also disclose any other drug use?
Yes.
And what other drugs?
She disclosed to using marijuana.
And did you ask about where the child would be when she would use marijuana?
Yes, she said that they would either be with their dad or asleep.
After that positive drug test, did you do anything with Grace and Julius?
Not at that time, because we did give her another drug screen where she was negative. It wasn't until after she was re-interviewed by Detective Davis that we got involved.
And subsequently had Chin's cases regarding Grace and Julius?
Yes.
No further questions?
You may cross.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Bryant. Now, drug tests are just regular procedure in these types of cases, is that right?
Yes.
And you said that this was your first this case.
Yes.
Now you testified, you reported to the scene on the August 29th date, is that correct?
Yes.
And at that point, it was to you at least, it wasn't just a deceased child.
Yes. Yes.
You were not, at that point, you didn't know the manner of death.
Correct.
And in another word, anytime there is a deceased child, you report, DCS will get engaged in this situation, right?
Yes.
Now moving on, you said that there was a two drug tests. One was positive and one was negative. Is that yes?
Yes.
The positive one was done the day of the 29th of August. Is that correct?
Correct.
When was the negative one done?
The negative one was done on October 27th of 2022.
Just to be clear, that day, August 29, when you left the scene and and when everyone left the scene, the two children were left with their mother. Is that correct?
She had stated she wanted them to be with Jennifer, so they did go with Jennifer.
Was this in an informal way or DCS removal procedure?
Informal.
Okay. So in another word, if say the following day Jennifer decided to bring the kids back to Deja, DCS had no problem with it. Is that right?
Correct.
And DCS was not in any way involved in monitoring the whereabouts of these children at that point. Is that correct?
Not at that time, correct.
And DCS was not involved in monitoring the whereabouts of these kids, not until January when Deja was arrested. Is that
correct?
Now, you testified today that you would consider any sleeping on the couch as unsafe. Is that right?
Correct.
You would also consider any infant of that age sleeping in bed beside the parent as unsafe. Is that correct?
Correct.
Or placing any infant on any location other than a crib would be then unsafe as far as you're concerned. Is that correct?
Correct.
And there was a crib in that house, is that right?
Yes.
Now you testified without getting into what anyone said. You testified that due to a communication from Jennifer, DCS basically got re-engaged in the case. Is that right?
I wouldn't say re-engaged. We were still engaged in the investigation. It was just kind of in like a standstill.
Okay. And as far as you know, there was a forensic interview done on Grace. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And again, without getting into anything of what was said, are you familiar with forensic interviews of children?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that individuals who do these are trained specifically for that purpose?
Yes.
And they are trained specifically to aid your agency in investigating cases?
Yes.
And they are trained specifically to get children to say things without aggression?
Yes.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Thank you, Judge. So on September 1st, 2022, that's when Jennifer Armstrong contacted DCS about a statement Grace made.
Yes.
Did DCS remove the children based off of Grace's statement?
No.
You testified that the investigation was kind of in a standstill. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was that because you guys were waiting on the autopsy results?
Yes.
And did those take time?
Yes.
No further questions.
Briefly, Judge. Ms. Bryant, you got the autopsy report in October, is that right?
Truthfully, I don't remember when it came back.
Okay. But it is fair to say that children, DCS officially did not remove these children until January, is that correct?
Yes.
That would be after Deja was arrested.
Correct.
Thank you.
No further questions.
Just so I'm clear that, again, the court won't consider for the truth of the matter, but what did Jennifer report to you as Grace's statement? What did Grace supposedly say?
She had stated that Mommy's baby had died and that Mommy put a pillow over her face because she wouldn't stop crying.
Okay. All right. Questions on court's question?
Jennifer sent you a video recording of Grace's statement, is that correct?
I can't recall if she sent it to me or not, but I did watch it, yes.
But you've seen the video?
Yes.
No further questions.
Mr. Mans, your question on court question?
No, Judge.
All right, may the witness be excused?
Yes, Judge.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, good time for us to break for lunch. We will take a recess on this case until 2 o'clock.
All right.